we went into the. I'm almost sure. Now I couldn't remember this. I've got to be honest. Thank you. We've done some research work, and I think it surely had to be Hap Arnold, who was the head of the Air Force at that time. I believe he was the first head of the Air Force, and the Air Force had just been named as a separate arm, and I think Mike Monroney had a lot to do with that. Mike Monroney was Mr. Air Force. So he went to the telephone while we were having lunch and talked to someone for about 10 minutes. So I know now it was the top general, the 4-star general, and it must have been Hap Arnold. So when we got out there, and on the way from down to the airport, I told Mike, "Yes, Mike, I'm the fellow that owns it, and I know I'll be glad to face the men and tell them the whole God's truth about it. And if they want it, all you got to do is tell me, and it's theirs. They don't have to condemn it." He said, "Well, I knew you'd be straight like that, Bill." So we got out there, and I've been blessed all my life by not being nervous when I'm before a crowd. If I'd again up there and got nervous, I'd have been running, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
But somehow or another, I wasn't nervous. But that's the one place I should have been. But he had Senator Monroe and I sitting at one end of the table, and he and his right-hand man, who had to be a colonel, sat at the other end. And all the rest of those fellows were generals. I've never seen so much brass in my life at that time. There's one other time I saw something. That one time. He said, "Mr. Atkinson, Mr. Senator Monroe tells us that you're one of his dearest and closest friends." I said, "I'm glad to know that. He never told me that. I'd hoped he would tell someone so I'd hear it." We had a little fun with that. So now, I'm going to ask you some very serious questions. Senator Monroe tells me you tell it like it is. I said, "I will." He said, "All right, will you stand?" I stood up. He said, "Will you raise your right hand?" Well, that was unusual. He said, "Now put your hands on the table and pretend there's a Bible under it. First, I want to ask you, did you receive any information from the Air Force, either here or between here and Tinker or Tinker, that would have given any leaks to where we may be taking options on ground?" I said, "Absolutely not." And he said, "Now wait a minute, don't sit down yet, I'm not through asking you." He said, "Now did you get any information out of the Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce or any of the officials, or did you get information from any source that helped you locate that?" I said, "I have to answer that with a qualified answer. But the first part you said, any source in regard to the Chamber of Commerce or businessmen, the answer is no. But of course I had to get it from some source to decide to buy the ground." He said, "Well, tell us what that was." So you go ahead and sit down now. I said, "No, I believe I'd rather stand. I feel very, very comfortable if you don't mind." So I explained to him exactly what happened, step by step by step. And they gave me an applause. They believed me. And the general said, "Well, you surely give an plausible story." And said, "The rumors were stopped from now on, as far as we're concerned. We believe you." Now he says, "I want to find out, I want to give you another test now. What do you conceive that we would need to be built? What do you plan to do with this ground?" I said, "Well, in the first place, I'm very knowledgeable of the fact that you have the right to condemn it if you want it. So I guess the first thing we need to clear up is, do you plan to go north of 29th? If you do, we'll just close the meeting right now and save all your good and valuable time." And he said, "No, we do not. We plan to go south." He said, "Put your hand on that Bible again. Will you agree not to buy any ground south?" Now that's important. There's this letter comes around. Yeah. And I agreed not to buy any ground south unless I had the approval of the right parties on the conditions. See. And now he said, "Now what do you plan to build?" And but said, "Before you answer that," said, you talked as though you must surely be a college graduate." I said, "Well, I am. I'm sure that my teachers in school will be glad to hear that you recognize that." He says, But I said, I didn't. He said, how much history did you take? I just as much as they made me take, which is the truth. But he said, what, can't you remember enough about at your age? Surely you know that every 25 years we have a serious war, on the verge of a war, and we must, and don't you know that we're now in a different age entirely as far as war is concerned? We're now fighting in the air more than we're on the ground. I said, yes. He said, do you think of any good reason why we won't be permanent? I said, if you'll tell me more concretely why you will be permanent, it sure will make my job a lot easier. A lot easier. He said, well, you can count on it. And he said, now what are you going to build? I said, well, number one, barracks. Oh, no. He said, you're not sold yet. You're not going to build barracks over there. And I said, well, why don't you tell me what you want us to build? He said, I want you to build a complete, total city. He said, are you qualified to do that? I said, if I'm not, I'll get people that are qualified to assist me, and it'll be built. So he said, right off the cuff, how would you go about it? And I told him this. And I'd planned on one of these days, that was my goal, to build a city one of these days. I thought it would be Northwest. Yeah. And I have one going Northwest right now. But it'd be a city within a city there. I said, I'd build apartment houses first. He said, why? I said, I've done a lot of studying on this. I've read a lot of books. And that's where they should be, as the buffer. And the apartment house, for your sake, would be much better because it'll house the greatest number of people and just from walking distance across the street. He said, right on. I said, man, you're making sense. What would you build next? I said, it'd be duplexes, multiplexes, but then simultaneously we'll start business, churches, schools, and the whole ball of wax. I was talking big. I didn't know where all that was coming from at that time. Big.
20 acres.
Oh, yeah. All right. That's right. So he said, he told Monroe, he said, I'm highly impressed. He said, we're going to give this man all the cooperation he needs. And he said, how many people would you say offhand would be required to qualify as a city? I said, well, I'd like to say, and I understood that they were going to give priorities on homes in certain locations. I would like to say a total, if you're going to have 4,000 people out there, and you said it's going to be a lot bigger, and he told me then, said 4,000. He said, that's laughable. We probably start with 20,000. So I told him, I said, if you will guarantee me 700 units, so I'll have enough to invite the other builders in town to come out and help me, I can guarantee you right now I'll not leave them stranded. I know a lot of them personally. We're highly competitive with each other, but this is one time we'd get together and work together. And we'll just all, I even told him how we'd do it. We'd put the names in the hats and we'd pull the names, who'd build the apartments, who'd build the duplexes. And I said, I can tell you now, none of them going to build any commercial. None of them are going to have anything to do with the churches and the parks, but I'll take care of all that. And we agreed to handle it in those matters. We practically planned Midwest City right there in his office before we left, the way it is today.
What was his name?
I believe it was Hap Arnold.
You think? Oh, okay.
I think it was. Now, don't put me down for history.
Yeah.
So some writer would come up and say he's a lion, so and so. You know,
yeah.
If you discredit the man on one name, you've ruined him, haven't you?
Oh, well, there are people who pick away like that and make big issues out of it.
Well, I don't want to get caught in that kind of a bear trap, and that's why I'm glad you gave me an opportunity to explain this letter. Now, have I gone far enough along on that?
Oh, yeah, you did exactly what I was
right.
what I was hoping for.
Now, you understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right.
For the first time, really.
For the first time.
I never understood Midwest City. I understood there was an air installation going on out there. I remember when they were building their detail, because my dad worked on a construction project out there. But I never understood what was out there, and you know, I always heard that you built it. I've heard that.
Well, I took the lead.
Yeah,
and
I'm sure that's what I'm going to find out.
Oh, you sure?
Now.
Oh,
but I didn't know. See, I didn't know how those things. I never saw a city built before. The closest I came was Bloomington, Minnesota. which went from 10,000 to 100,000 while I was in Minneapolis. And it's like between 78 and 98 in Minneapolis, south edge of Minneapolis. But that wasn't done this way. You know?
Now this general told me something else that's extremely important, and whether I told you before or not. He said, I'm going to play like I'm on your team. I'm going to give you some good advice. He said, there's going to be a rubber shortage, serious rubber shortage. We're not going to let people live in Oklahoma City. We're going to make them move out, whether they like it or not. They're going to have to live out there where you're building.
They don't want them traveling back and forth.
He said, don't you tell that. Said, you let them learn that they're hard.
I remember tire ration too.
Now, here's the other thing he said. He said, now, Bill Atkinson, when you come up here, I think I told you this last time, you bring boxes of candy to the secretaries or the top senators and all? I said, well, don't we all? And he said, yep, we do. And I said, yes, I'm guilty of that too. He said, this time you better get a truckload of silk hose. That's right. I must not have told you this before.
No, that's a funny story. I understand it though, I remember.
I bought a truckload and put them in good storage. And I'm telling you, the next 4 or 5 years, these women just almost met the flame together. They were without hose.
I remember those nylon battles. I remember those stories. Those Johnny Brown. They'd advertise nylon.
Oh
man,
yeah.
people would just crowd.
Well, I was probably one of the best liked. What you call them in Washington? They go up there. Yeah, really. Yeah, that's what they wanted. But then he told me, he said, anytime you get into any serious problems, let us know, and we'll help you. And the first problem didn't have anything to do with it. I wanted to put in curves. I started teaching how to build, and I don't want to do that. Put in curb and gutters, and a good base with asphalt. We use asphalt in Oklahoma, we can't, because I'm still on the good side of curb. No. Yeah. So, do what?
Because you make it right here. Because
right. And it's beautiful. Mm-hmm. If it's done right, they're good streets too. Very good. So, but the first year, it rained so much, everybody started calling it Mud West City. and then I knew we had to have a big grocery store here, a big one. And Humpty Dumpty was the right one to get. I probably told you about that before.
No.
I didn't?
I knew Sheldon. No.
You know Sheldon?
I knew him at the end.
Oh, I knew him. Can you find that book over there, his life? Well, let's just show him. I won't just tell you.
I got that book.
You got the book?
Is that if it's the one I'm thinking of? On the cart that changed the world?
Yes.
Yeah, I've got that book. I read it.
Yeah.
I know that you don't have what I'm going to show you, though.
Ooh. I've not said.
Now read that out loud so it'll be on your tape.
W.P. Bill Atkinson, the man who talked me into opening the first grocery store in his Midwest City area, where they only had muddy streets and very few homes. But it turned out to be a wonderful store with large volumes. You are a man of whom I have boundless admiration and regard. Great appreciation, Sylvan and Goldman.
Read that, please. Mm-hmm. And that's pretty nice.
He was a big one. He was giant.
Well, I went over to see Cyril Goldman, and all my beautiful plans. See, I had the
model.
The model. Where is that? Had a model of the city that I'll show you in just a minute. Was it right here?
I think it was in here. I can find it quickly if it isn't. No, I'll get it.
Okay. I had a model of what the city would be like, and I've always tried my best to build a little bit better than I tried. Whatever my competition did, I've tried to beat them up just a little bit, somehow, some way. So I wanted our shopping center, there you are, I wanted our shopping center to be shaped like an airplane. See?
Yeah.
Right, isn't it? Now, you won't know that till you fly over it.
Yeah, I'd never thought about that.
And up to that time, we never did put in enough parking. But I put in a little bit more in front than most people did in those days, and a whole bunch in the back. I learned a lot about that. Now, I had this put on, the model was made in white material, and there's little trees on it. And then I had it on dark blue velvet. Had a brass rail going right around it. It was gorgeous. Man, oh man, it makes you want to buy a store down in a hurry. I thought. So I went to see Oklahoman and just took one of these first. He was a very dear friend of mine. And so I said, Bill, show me your picture. Said, you know better than that. You're not giving me credit for having any brains at all. You know it's going to be a ghost town. I can't do that with you. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. Just some sucker to go out there with me. And so he wouldn't budge. So finally, I took some hose to his secretary. So
works in Washington.
That's right. And then she had an empty room right next to Silver's office, empty office. And I said, when Silver's going to be out of town 3 or 4 days, which we're out of town quite a bit, let me come out and set that up, my model. He hadn't seen that. My spotlights. And by golly, if I can't sell them, then I'll quit. So you see, I told you before, I used to be head of the journalism department.
Yeah.
I taught merchandising and advertising. But I didn't tell you I invited people like Oklahoman to come out and make talks to us. Because he turned out to be good donors for Oklahoma City University. And I didn't tell you, I don't believe, I probably didn't, that I'd help him rewrite the Oklahoman's ads, and I'd give him a class credit for it, but he knew darn well I was lying about that. But then I wrote his ads after I left OCU, just as a favor to him. So when he opened his first big store on 16th Street, and the largest store he'd ever built up at that time, he wanted me to come out. I didn't tell you this story, did I?
No.
He wanted me to come out and see the store open. Now let me tell you, you won't believe this. I've never seen so many people in my life. And Sil and I were standing there side by side, and he was on the phone telling the people, wholesale, bring more groceries out there, selling them. And he said, Bill, help me carry these. This little lady's got more groceries than she can carry. I said, Sil, this won't work. My God, I'd be glad to help you anywhere I can, but this won't work. I mean, he just got rattled. And he said, well, what are we going to do? And finally, the idea came to him. Call the unemployment office. That's where the sack boy was born. He called the unemployment office, and he got, 25 or 30 men out there in a hurry. We hoped they weren't criminals. In those days, they weren't.
Yeah.
They were A-OK. That's when the sack boy, and that really helped it out. And then, boy, Sir was beating his chest. Man, I'm the greatest there is. Look at all this business, and they got sack boys. Now we've got double our parking spots. And so in came this. I'd give anything if I can see a picture of this. A lady with a baby buggy, a little 9-year-old cherub, just the sweetest looking baby. She'd put hard goods first, then soft goods, and set this baby in this buggy. Then packed soft goods all around the baby, and all you could see the head and the arms. The baby just waving and just laughing, just having a ball. And Bill said, that's it. I didn't know what he was talking about. Come go with me to my office. He said, you know that the head of the engineering department at OU? I said, I sure don't. He said, well, we're going to find him right away. He located him and got him down to his office. I stayed there with him. The engineer came down. He told us about the cart. Said, can you make us a cart? Did you know that? I was there when he came up with a $1 billion idea, and I was so stupid I didn't run him off and get another engineer to go 50-50 on it. I got nothing out of that deal, except to watch him pick up $1 billion right there in front of him. I don't know how much money he got out. Now, have I not? I've got a gold cart out here, and there it is right there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be without it. Because I was there when it happened.
When it was better.
I've got another one down here. So I'm down at the Pony Barn. I won't have it as
Is that one of the Folding Carrier Corporation? Is that one?
Yes. Now, his patents ran out years ago, but not until after he just cleaned up. Now, do you think Bill Jim? Now, this was before. I'm just trying to show you how close we were together. And when I walked in that day, after I had his room all lighted up and his secretary was sewed on up to her eyes, but I was afraid she wasn't good enough salesman, so I asked her not to tell him what I was up to, because she was a good secretary, but she wasn't. Sil was his own thinker. In other words, he wouldn't listen to his secretary like I do you, Barbara. So Sil came in there and saw this model. My God, Bill, what you won't go to sell somebody something. I said, Sil, I'm going to make a deal with you. I want to go stir out here before I leave here, and you might as well settle down and get down and talk to business, or I'm going to be here all night. Because I know a good deal when I see it, and I know things I can't tell you, and not because I'm sworn to secrets in Washington, but take my word for it, Sil. We've been friends too many years. I wouldn't lead you astray. So finally he ran back and he said, well, Bill, you're right. Everything you say is true. But if you're so sold, I'm going to see if you put your money where your talk is. I knew what was coming. He's a sharp guy. You build the building to my specifications, and I will pay you $1 per family. Okay? And you're so certain of how many families you're going to have, you'll clean up. I did. I cleaned up. I made almost much he did. I just cracked that. I built the building. He moved in, and
$1 per family that moved out there. You mean?
Yes, $1 family. My Lord, I was making. He paid for that building about every 3 years, I believe it was, every 2. And
in rent, yeah, sure.
And I had a ball with him. He used to be in, but he knew what the deal was. Excuse me, didn't he? Wait. What'd you say, Ken? You know, this young man here, just got to tell you about him. He's one of the smartest young men I've ever known in my life. He's finished carpenter, rough carpenter, painter, electrician, plumber, you name it. So I asked him one day, how the devil do you get so damn smart? I can't understand this. He went to Botech school. I'm getting a plug in for Botech school.
Yeah.
Botech school.
I'm not rich. Believe it. I took all my kids to Botech schools when they were looking at colleges.
Well, you did.
I've got one son who's a Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
He learned how to make furniture. He makes things like this.
Mm-hmm.
He learned how to make them in Germany. He makes them the old way.
I don't know whether he could do
He's
that
also
good
a master sergeant in the Air Force.
When I take you down there, and I hope you give me that opportunity if you
yeah,
want
I'd like to do it.
You'd like to see that. But I'm still hooked up. I guess I'm still going now. Yeah. On Oklahoman, when they called it Mud West City, they used to have a lot of lumber which stacked in there and which seat people on it, and then using septic tanks, and they wouldn't work. All that rain and that scum and slime would come to the top, and it smelled terrible. And the only one liked it, the kids, because they skate on it. But you're talking about salesmanship. You'd die laughing if you'd have heard me try to explain to those people how soon the odor was going to go away. I'm telling you, it was a booger. It would look like an impossible deal. So I called the health department. They were lost. They said it didn't work that way. It should work, but it didn't work. It did not work. So then I called Mike Monroney. He was my old standby, and I said, Mike, this is my problem. He says, come to Washington tomorrow. I'll tell you what to do. I got up there, then he got on the phone and called the people in Fort Worth. He wasn't sure where to get to do it in Washington or there. But they set up that had others that had the same problem I'd had. And they set up a Lanham Act fund. They would bill when you just absolutely back up against the wall, they'd help you out. And I thought it was going to be on a loan basis, but in our case, they built. Everything in my life has been a multiple of $50,000. They didn't charge me for it. They built a sewer plant with the understanding I'd build the sewer lines and tie on to it, which I did, of course. And it cost them $50,000, and it's right down there back of Rose College, and believe it or not, that sewer plant wasn't put out of use until just a few years ago, and I don't know why they stopped using it then, because I went down and took a good smell just before they said they weren't going to use it, and no odors whatsoever. That's the best sewer plant that's ever been built. So that pulled us out of that problem. So we had a lot of problems. Don't you think we did?
Did you buy more land?
Oh yes.
Out there, as other builders came in or developers came in and bought land too.
No,
didn't they?
No other builder ever had. Very few, only one or two. That was way after Midwest City was well established. But everyone seemed to have the thinking and thoughts that one of these days Tinker was going to close. But up there they told me that it wasn't, and thank goodness the general.
So you kept building when nobody else
was.
Oh
yes. For an example, did I tell you about the pony story? I've had to do things to make it happen. You better believe that now.
The pony story.
Yeah. Did I tell you about the pony story?
No, you haven't.
Well, now, I've got a lot of stories too.
Yeah.
Here again, you get a lemon, you better make lemonade, and you better do it in a hurry, because everything's liable to go sour on you. Well, the first half square mile was all limited to 800 square feet. And then my job became increasingly harder to sell, because Midwest City was becoming known as just a bedroom community. And I wanted to be a full-blown city. And I could, a lot of people are going to wonder, well, how'd you get the churches built? That was the easiest thing in the world. We have more churches, we have 56 churches out here now. I'm almost sure we have 56 churches. But we have more churches per 1,000 population than any town in the state of Oklahoma. We have more four-lane roads, and I'll challenge you to find me wrong on this, in Midwest city limits than any other city of this population, per 1,000 population.
So you planned that one early then?
Yes, way early.
What was your thinking on that, the four-lane roads?
Well, my thinking?
Yeah, because that obviously took up land, your land, so...
Oh, I couldn't give it to them fast enough.
So the four-lane took up more land. It seems like it would have been, if you were greedy, you'd have built two-lane roads.
That ensured they get to work on time.
Absolutely. Back and forth traffic. I visualized lots of traffic. Mm-hmm. We had to have four-lane roads, and we were able to get them built. And that's on section lines now. Mm-hmm. Section lines. Uh-huh. And on the interiors, now just starting back at the first square mile, we had a reason for everything we did. Of course we did. Yeah. And we had a lot of hurdles to overcome. It's not easy to build a city from scratch.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not easy even today. I mean, Quail Springs. Now, if finances is good, Quail Springs would be a snap. But Midwest City was hard because we're on the other side of the railroad track. We're on the other side of the oil fields. Mm-hmm. We were way out from Oklahoma City. There was a long way. Yeah,
people weren't going to move out here like moving to Nichols Hills.
That's for sure. that's true.
The only reason to come out here at that time was to pick the field.
By the way, I'll tell you something funny. Dr. Nichols, Nichols Hills, you mentioned him, great builder. Barbara was reading a story she wanted to read to me the other day. She said, "Did you know they have a story in here about you making a talk down at the Chamber of Commerce?" I said, "No, but I remember it." He said, "Do you remember Dr. Nichols?" I said, "Yes, and I can tell you exactly what it said, but I bet that's not in the paper." I talked about 10 minutes with Dr. Nichols. Do you ever know Dr. Nichols?
Well, my father knew him well. He was relative. Yeah.
He got up, raised his hand. He just take the audience for a minute. He said, "Bill, I think you need some advice." He said, "Who you doing business with?" He already knew. I said, "Liberty National Bank." He said, "Well, you ought to change. You ought to go see Chuck Bose." Everybody just died laughing. He goes to laugh, see. And he said, "Now, don't you ask me why?" I said, "No, you're going to tell me why anyway, so go ahead." So he said, "Because Chuck Bose doesn't know a damn thing about how to build a home." And said, "I know because I built Nichols Hills, and I've been in debt to him up to my eyes, and he's afraid to foreclose on me because he can't build houses." He said, these guys down in Liberty are smart. Some of them know how to build houses. He'd do anything for a laugh, you know.
He built Chuck Bose's home, too. And Chuck told me that he built it still run 18th and Hudson.
Yes.
No, 16th and Hudson. But he built it, you ran the plumbing down the north side wall of the house.
Well, Doc told me one more thing. He said, now, Bill, when you, the first 2, 3, or 4 years in Midwest City, you're going to be a hero. Everybody's going to love you then. Because they're getting a lot of the money and they just walk across the street and just one automobile is all they need the most. Said, you're going to be the hero. But says, don't get carried away with yourself and let yourself be elected mayor. Because if you do, in 6 months, they'll all hate your guts and they'll put you on a rail of some kind and ride you out of town. Well, everybody got a big laugh out of that. But he sort of, what he said had some meaning to it. It was tough. It was tough.
Did you have a township or a town charter early?
Started out with a township very early, and then we went into the city. City management form of government. Now on that you get a big kick out of it. I put in my own water system right away, and I made a deal with OG&E. Just came out and put all the improvements in. I hope the gas company will forgive me for making this statement, but history is history and facts are facts. OG&E bought my story that this was going to be a city. I don't know how much they checked. They may have checked in Washington. I don't know. But when I went down to make my application for gas, I don't know whether it was politics or what it was, but a lot of the establishments really did not want Midwest City built. And you can understand why. They wanted to keep everything in Oklahoma City. So it might be they were a little closer at the time to some of the establishment. When I say establishment, you surely know what I mean by that. They chose not to put in the gas, give us gas. So I researched the oil company industry and found me a man over in this oil field that had a big gas well. And I made a deal with him that I'd furnish the market if he'd furnish the gas, and we'd go 50-50 on the profits. Well, I'm telling you, by that time I had the water system in, although I'd built hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of homes. I quit building homes. I was too busy clipping coupons for my water. I never made so much money in my life as I made on selling water, because I had this one thing, and I was going to make it on gas too. And I'd found a literally huge bird nest on the ground and didn't know it to start with. I didn't intend for it to work out that way. But what really happened, that the gas company saw that we made the deal, and they saw what was going to happen, and they had to change their heart, and they had a battery of attorneys to meet my attorneys at the Corporation Commission, and they prevailed. In other words, they put the gas in, so I got knocked out of that plum. Now on the water deal, you're going to get a big kick out of this. I always wanted to be so progressive. I just wanted us to have the finest city we'd ever built. I wanted it to be the model city, and by the way, it was.
And that was named the All-American City, wasn't it?
The 10th year, we were named by the Urban Institute, a special group, Urban Institute, the home builders, and the realtors, and they invited everyone that built any community to serve their effort to compete in this contest, and we won it hands down. I was there for the contest, and we had all the exhibits and all that. And
it really is interesting that you really set out, I mean, from the day of that meeting with the general, whoever it was,
yes,
set out to build a city.
Yes,
and I can't think of very many situations like that.
Well, now, was that in your mind before that meeting, or?
No.
No.
You were just going to build homes.
I had to think real fast on my feet that day.
But
I didn't know what they wanted.
But I really
didn't.
How many developers build their own utilities? Any of them. I mean, you built water and electricity. I know OG&E came in. You built water, I guess.
I put the water and sewer lines in.
And sewer. How many developers do that? That isn't that very often, is it?
In different cities, different places, different ways. I'm afraid to. I don't want to.
Yeah, get off South Carolina. But you owned the water system.
Oh, yes, yes,
So
yes.
you sold water to the people.
Oh, that's another good story.
And once that stuff starts going downhill, there's no...
I want to be very progressive, and I said, now's the time for us to have a city manager. Sure. See, a policeman came to see me, a retired policeman out of Oklahoma City, said, Bill Atkinson, you've got, let me see, the first 18 months, we had, how many people out here?
6,000.
6,000 people.
First 18 months?
First 18, and that's what it is?
He's got a picture of it. Here, it's right here.
Does that pretty well chews up that first 320 acres?
Here's a photograph of it right here.
Did that take care of the first 320 acres?
No.
No, it didn't. So that's after 18 months.
Wow.
You read what
That
it
is
says.
remarkable.
I sent this photograph to C.F. Oran. He was the head of the War Production Board, and I sent him that as a memento.
This goes to Mr. Oran.
Mr. Oran. He was later city manager of Oklahoma City.
And it's dated the 6/18/43. In appreciation of your most valuable advice and cooperation in the building of Midwest City, Oklahoma, America's first and only city to date to be founded on the aviation industry, population approximately 6,000 persons. This photo was made 18 months from the time plans were on paper, and it's signed W.P. Atkinson.
That tells you quite a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah. When I write my column in the Journal Record, would I be able to use that, or maybe
Sure.
for the Chronicles
Yes,
too?
sure.
Yeah,
You could do that.
That's an incredible picture.
Now, you know, I thought this fireman came down to see me, retired from Oklahoma City, and he knew we had that many people living here. He said, you need a fire department. I said, I don't think so. What makes you think so? He said, well, because every city's got to have a fire department. I said, well, we haven't had a single fire yet. And we hadn't. But you know what? I knew we'd get fire department service across the street. I knew that.
Field, yeah.
I knew that. All we had to do was ring a bell and they'd be there. So I wasn't going to rush into something that cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
But I didn't have a tax base. I couldn't levy taxes.
You couldn't.
No, I was all on my own.
All you had was profit from developing and buying.
Right. We didn't have any taxes levied then. Now, but you're going to get a kick out of this. There's only I took my cues from Mr. Cosper. I operated on low overhead. There's only 4 or 5 of us in the whole organization, but boy, we having a ball.
Was Thornton with you then?
No, it came with a little later. You knew Howard Thornton?
Yeah, I mentioned that last time I was here. I wrote about his Watanga train one time.
Oh yes, he's
and so he told me the story about you and him at OCU.
Oh yes, he followed me at OCU, and then later came with me out here. He was a very bright young man.
So you couldn't levy taxes until you got a city charter, I suppose.
Right. Then I decided we needed a hot shot city manager, and they let me select him. And one day he came down and said, Bill, I need to have a long conference with you. And he wrote a sheet of paper, a chart down there about this big, and he had city manager. Then he had fire chiefs and police chiefs and a lot of people.
Organization chart.
Good. It scared me to death. And I said, how are you going to finance all this? Well, several ways. We're going to levy taxes, and we're going to take your water department. I said, the hell you are. And he said, yes. You mean your attorney hadn't told you that this water department will someday belong to the city, and now's the day you brought your city manager in here. How are you going to pay for all this stuff? See? That is the God's truth. So I called my attorney, who was Chief Felix, and told him he just died laughing. I ain't a big old fat guy. You just see him there breaking that chair down laughing. The bill I knew it was going to come sooner or later. I knew you was going to squeal like a stuck pig. But you asked for the city manager, you have him now. So that's when Midwest City was really born. Up to that time, believe it or not, the women would come by and tell me that they didn't pick up their trash or their garbage, or they do something. They didn't sweep the trees. Whatever, we did everything. Everything.
Well, that's
we
right.
had
There was the garbage. There was trash.
So,
sweeping streets.
you know, it's fun. I hadn't thought about that before. I may be one of the few people in the whole United States that's ever been the whole city, really.
I just don't have any. I don't have any in my mind, I don't have any recollection of that at all.
Don't give me too much credit for it.
Levittown,
It didn't have any more
Pennsylvania.
sense.
I don't know who built Levittown,
I
but
do.
it was a new town.
I do. I know him very well.
And that was, may have been similar.
No,
Wasn't.
not really.
No.
There were, of course, an awful lot of towns became suburbs after during the 60s and 70s.
I knew him years before. We built Midwest City much years before he built that.
Yeah, he wasn't until the 60s,
Yeah.
50s, I guess.
I think what we did inspired him to do what he did. But his wasn't built, as far as I know, on any particular reason, except it was a good location in a fast-growing
he's
area.
been a big population center
Yeah.
there.
I've never seen Levittown, much as I've gone around.
I was in the Army with a guy, an officer. I was not. I was an enlisted man. But he retired. He was supposed to go back to Levittown. That was going to be his future. He told me a lot about it at the time.
Would you like to get back to the letter?
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry. I digress this time.
Okay. Now, Barbara, maybe we've already answered all that letter by now. I don't know. I don't think so. No, we haven't.
As recently,
Now, I've told you some of my problems at hand, the housekeeping problem. Now I'll tell you the political problem.
Okay.
as recently as the past few weeks, I have learned of your statements to important leaders in Oklahoma City that I wrongfully gained and used confidential information in locating the Midwest City site. You will also remember that it was a well-advertised fact that the Air Force had 3 possible sites under consideration. Dr. G.A. Nichols and C.B. War, my 2 strongest competitors, guessed wrong on the possible location, and I guessed right, by a simple deduction theory on which I will be glad to give you full details. I accept your accusations as the worst insult possible to my integrity. I am proud of my record of never having betrayed a trust. That is one quality I will take to my grave. There have been many times in my 29 years of working with you and the Oklahoma City Chamber and in other civic groups that I have known confidential information, and not one time, in capital letters, have I capitalized on such information for my own financial gain. I challenge anyone to prove otherwise. Considering the above untruth which you have used against me since 1942, whenever it suited your interests, perhaps it is in order for me to ask you a question. How did it happen that the late Dr. G.A. Nichols contacted the late Mr. Frank Trosper within a few hours after the site was chosen for Tinker Field in an effort to buy same?
Stop right there. I know that Chuck Bush tipped him off. Reason tells me that. Nichols owed him a lot of money and had a lot of vacant lots up around the Capitol that they wanted to sell to him, and he thought he could sell them to the Air Force people. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
It's just a business.
No question about it. He was in debt to First
yes.
National almost all of his years.
But, see, Chuck Bush didn't know. Evidently, he didn't believe what the paper was saying, that someone had the ground tied up. It's funny how things happen, isn't it? But Nichols came out here the following day and tried to buy that ground from Trosper.
This was the ground I had bought many weeks prior, and Dr. Nichols made the contact before the announcement of the Tinker Field location appeared in the newspaper, the night before to be exact.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Number 2, do you really feel you are being fair in statements you are making in your important position in leaving the impression that Midwest City is a parasite community on Oklahoma City? You know full well Midwest City has rendered a tremendous service to Tinker Air Force Base, and particularly so during the war period and rubber shortage era. Many, many times the commanding officers of Tinker have said before Midwest City Chamber meetings that in their opinion, Tinker owed much of its growth to the complete self-contained city immediately across the street. Any fair-minded person who knows all the facts would have to give Midwest City a share of the credit for the growth of Tinker Air Force Base. Now for one last and I hope final word on the Tinker Air Force Base, Oklahoma City Diagonal. You have, over a long period of time, used me as the whipping boy to push this project. You have been most unfair in laying the blame at my feet for the slow approval and progress of this project. It has been reliably reported to me that you said on more than one occasion to important city leaders that, in quotes, if we don't raise the money to buy the necessary right-of-way for the diagonal, Bill Atkinson will buy up this ground under other names, and it will cost us plenty, end quote. You will learn, if you don't already know, that you were wholly and totally wrong on these charges. I never even thought of doing such a thing. Give me credit for just a little common sense. If you had wanted the facts, you could have easily determined that I did not protest this project to anyone in the state or federal government. I will never forget how surprised Governor Gary was when he learned you and several other important men accused me of slowing this project. I was very close to Governor Gary at this time, and he personally told me he was hearing this malicious rumor. He said, Bill, if you are that powerful, I had better keep an eye on you. Number 3. I have heard of many statements made by you accusing me of fighting the government housing built on the base. This is not true, and I defy you to show proof from any source to back up your charge. If I had fought this housing, you could get plenty of proof from the proper sources in Washington. Here is what I did do. I helped you get a group of Midwest city builders to come to your office to have lunch with you and Mr. Gaylord. At that meeting, I expressed myself freely in analyzing the then housing situation in Midwest City. I pointed out the advantages of such a complete housing community immediately across the street from Tinker, quoted several former colonels at Tinker on how they compared housing conditions here with other stations. I expressed regret for the inadequacy of the general's housing, which I felt had precipitated the demand for government housing to be built on the base.
The general house wasn't much better than the colonel's or anyone else's house. They had the reasons for that, but it was just a relatively small house. If I had to do over, I probably would have built a much nicer home over here and made him a quid of a deal on it. But even so, as I look back on it, the letter is true. I did not raise any opposition other than meeting with Stanley to explain to him that we had all on this side taken a tremendous risk at the recommendation of the government. We were proceeding to build any kind of housing. But later I learned, in talking to the commanding officers, I got so well acquainted with them, that they preferred to have X number of housing over there for a social group and a golf course and a club and those kind of things. And so that made sense. In other words, they didn't want too many of the top people to commingle too much with the average Midwest citizen. Is that
and they do that all over the country. My son's a master sergeant in the Air Force. They still do that.
Yes. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, sure.
And we all understood that.
Yeah.
Then I expressed the hope that Midwest City would continue to do such a good job in housing immediately across the street from Tinker that it would not be necessary for the federal government to build a great number of housing units at Tinker. From this day on, I did not raise my voice or by written word oppose the Tinker housing project to anyone.
Now, on that, Ralph Ball was very active as an engineer in an architecture firm. You ever know Ralph Ball?
No.
He was a tiger.
Oh, you mean HTV?
Yes.
Well, I know. I worked for him once, but no, son. I mean, Rex and Leonard. We interviewed them.
Yes. Well, that was their dad. Mm-hmm. And he was a tiger. And my gosh, he practiced every school we had. He wanted it all. And he was one of the best I've ever known in my life to go to Washington as a lobbyist. And many times we've been roommates. And I know how that rascal plans and thinks. You got to get up before daylight.
That's interesting to hear that from another direction.
Mm-hmm.
Well, have you heard it before?
We just interviewed Leonard and Rex about a few weeks ago.
Yes.
And they were telling us about their father.
Oh, yes.
But of course, as their father, is wonderful. But a lot of the same things, a lot of the same kind of things.
Well, I'll tell you, on this very deal here, he heard about me going to see Stanley, and he came out to see me in the afternoon and wanted to buy my dinner. And we sat up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and if it had been left up to him, he'd build every cotton picking house could be built the next several years over on the base because he wanted the job. And I told him, I said, listen, we've already agreed on how many they're going to build. And Ralph, if you want to split the blanket, it's going to be between you and me and Robert S. Curran and the rest of our congregation up there. And I believe I have about as much power as you have up there, just about as much. He was strong as horse radish. I just didn't want to put that word in. I still had sneaking fears. There always had to be something behind it. But let me say this for Ralph. I don't know what his son said, but they were visionary men. They kept in touch with all the laws and rules and regulations of what could happen and be sponsored with the federal government. Had it not been for them, I don't know we'd had Will Rogers Field. Had it not been for him, there's a lot of installations. I don't know whether we'd had the Monroney area out there. They and all the other architects and engineers just hated their guts. But these men worked for it.
Rex said they were building that FAA facility and coming out of the ground before the deal was signed.
That's right. There's another thing they do. They were I tell you, we operated pretty much alike. You almost thought we were brothers in some respects. Because on this model and all the drawings and all, I gambled a lot of money on all that. He would gamble plans that, yes, it will be built.
You must have, at the very beginning, when you start building, you must have gambled most of what you had.
Oh yes, I gambled all the time. More than one time. There was another bank that called me in and wanted to know, you're real sure you know what you're doing? I told him yes. No time to back up then.
Well, it's so expensive. There was a lot of money has to come up front in a deal like that.
A lot of money.
How many? Did you have a lot of builders with you though? Did a lot of people do the building with you?
Oh yes, yes. I believe I had 9 solid builders because they stopped all the building in Oklahoma City, and they had no choice. But let me tell you what it is. I called them to come to my office. An interesting thing about builders. You never know what makes a builder. You never know. The closest I'd ever come to even getting halfway acquainted with any of the builders was when they put up the Edgemere Park for sale, and they auctioned off. It was a failure as a golf course, and I wanted to buy it. And Steve Pennington and John Lyons heard about it, and we're not going to let you buy it because we wouldn't even walk on the side of the same street with each other. I mean, we were practically carried guns for each other because I told everybody I was the biggest builder in town. I was telling everybody else that they weren't, and they didn't like that because they were been in building business for years and years, and I'd only been in business 3 or 4 years. So we formed a trio of us, got together and decided that Steve Pennington would be the engineer, and Lyons was very good in working with architects and working up good plans. And I would be the merchandiser and the salesman and the overall general manager of the deal. And I was called, and I did all the politics.
You did the developing of the land, too.
Yes, right. So I was the politician of the bunch.
Did you build homes on speculation? You built homes way out of
Oh, yes. So then, one day I got a call from the city manager, said, Bill, you better hurry out in addition in a hurry. Said, someone's going out there and taking the plug off one of our fire hydrants. So the water's just going everywhere. I went out there and old Steve was way down. So he said, what are you doing out here? And I said, well, someone took the plug. I said, well, yes, I did. I'm not going to spend money for engineer. You see the water's running like it should, don't you? And then this funny things do happen. And when we called them all together in my office, C.B. War said, I will not attend the meeting. And he said, USOB, you Bill Atkinson, you know what that means, don't you? And I said, I get the message. I sure do. And he owned a big lumber company, and he had a stable of builders. And he had a deal worked out with all the building loans where they would all work together hand in glove, and they didn't think anyone could compete with them. And I told you part of this story before, you remember. Mm-hmm. So he didn't think he had any competition. He said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. He said, USOB, I'll join the Navy before I come and work anyway with you, shape, form, or fashion. And it took him about 3 times to get in the Navy. I don't know how much he paid to do it. I don't know, I take that back. Of course, he didn't pay anything to do it. But he had to do a lot of work on his eyes because he had bad eyes. But they finally put him in the Navy. And you know, it really sobered him up. When he came back, he was a preacher. He got out of the home building, but Steve Pennington and about 8 or 9 other builders came up. They decided to help me. And this picture, the reason you'd be thrown off on that is because we had our attorneys. We had the one mortgage man, had FHA man, we had a whole group. That's why there was about 12 in that picture. But there was only about 8 or 9 builders, though. So Steve Pennington got out. My office, it was big enough to get about 20 people in anyway. So I had folding chairs for all of them. And everybody was real quiet to wonder what I was going to say. I was going to sell them on Midwest City. And I could overlook the site and where Tinker was being started and where I wanted to sell them to go to Bill. And they'd walk up that one, look out there, and they'd all shaking their heads. And they weren't about to go out there.
You're building about 300 homes a month.
Yes.
To get to 6,000.
Yeah, we build them fast.
Yeah.
So Steve Pennington got up and said, "Well, Bill, I don't know you very well. Not really. We had just a little deal out there, and you end up giving half of it to the preacher, Bill Alexander, that never have liked you since."
Yeah.
You know about that deal.
Yeah, you mentioned that one the other day.
Yeah. And he said, "I'm going to tell you what we're going to do with you. We've already decided before we came up here, if your deal is a sure shot and you can guarantee us that we can build them and the federal government will guarantee them and we'll get our money for construction, we can't lose. So we finally found a bear trap to put you in, and you're in it with both feet. And as soon as we get you there to where we want you, a little concrete around your feet too, then we're going to cut your throat like that, and your blood's going to be flowing all over the streets of Midwest City. You're going to be a dead duck. And you tear down all these billboards you have about you being such a hotshot big builder." Now, that's the sort of humorous side to the whole deal. But let me say this about Steve Pennington. You know how far in school he went? 3rd grade. You don't have to have a high-powered education to do hardly anything you want to do. You know that. If you want to do it.
C.A. Cameron was 6th grade.
Who?
C.A. Cameron.
Is that a fact?
He was a cotton. He was his dad was a sharecropper. He had to quit school because he was the oldest boy.
Cameron is one of the most successful and richest insurance men ever lived in Oklahoma. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? And I had an insurance company once, and I didn't think of making any money, so I closed it out.
He worked for a bank. He was self-taught, of course. He told me that he worked for a bank down in Altus. Grown up near Mangan, and when he was in the banking business, he found out that all the richest people in town were in insurance. So that's why I went into insurance.
He's a great guy.
Oh, yeah.
He was defiant because, when he closed the city street down there and said, "The hell with you, I need this ground and you don't." You remember that?
Yeah, I'm glad.
Well, now you see the way we started to work together and we pulled the names out of the hat. I wanted to be totally fair with them, and I just took numbers and associated them with X number of apartment houses, and then they'd pull the number out, and then we'd put their name by it, and we were totally fair with our mix, and they knew that. And after a while, I got their confidence, and we really wheeled and deal. That's why we built so many homes so fast. Now you read some of these stories that we're going to give you copies of that some of them just sound pretty stupid. Because they're wrong. They're right in a few instances, but when they get off track, they're just off track real big. Now, I understand that you read Crosby's book. Somebody told me you had. Is it under there? Right there. Now, I understand you men have seen this.
I have not.
Yeah, no, I have not. We may have it at the Historical Society, but I haven't seen it. It could be over there.
Well, the first statement I said when you came in here that I'd hate to be in your shoes because it's almost impossible to write history and get it really correct in every sense of the word.
Well, some of it's a matter of opinion, and people's opinion is different.
Right. Prejudices and greed and selfishness, and there's so many things that enter into
misunderstanding.
And they're going to slant it.
Yeah.
Often they'll do it. This guy used to work for me, Crosby. They're on my payroll. And I finally was doing a lot of work on the outside and even trying to promote a book like this. And I told him, I said, you're good at putting words together, but you're setting a bad example for restaurant reporters. We've got too good a staff to let you break them up. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. The hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I can do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not. Well, the hell with you, I'll do it anyway. So he goes out and writes this book, and most of it is not